Bapak Ganesha Harimurti, kemudian Ibu Dewiyanti Hasanah. Terima kasih hadirnya Ibu, Bapak. Kemudian para kontestan, para peserta final lomba presentasi budaya dalam bahasa Inggris tingkat nasional, National English Cultural Showcase Contest bagi pelajar SMA, SMK, MA dan yang sederajat tingkat nasional, termasuk juga para pendamping, Bapak Ibu guru, para orang tua, dan juga para panitia yang sangat kami banggakan. Puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala atas segala karunia pada kesempatan pagi hari ini kita diberikan kesehatan untuk hadir dalam rangka mengikuti final lomba presentasi budaya dalam bahasa Inggris tingkat nasional atau National English Cultural Showcase Contest yang diselenggarakan oleh UPA Bahasa bagi pelajar SMA, SMK, dan MA yang sederajat di tingkat nasional. Mudah-mudahan dengan lomba ini kita bisa menunjukkan karya terbaik kita semakin produktif ya dalam usia yang belia dan kelak dapat melanjutkan perjuangan kita untuk bisa tampil menjadi generasi yang terbaik. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Baik Bapak Ibu semuanya dan para hadirin yang kami hormati, sebelum acara kita mulai ada beberapa susunan acara yang perlu kami sampaikan. Yang pertama pembukaan, kemudian yang kedua menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan menyanyikan lagu himne Universitas Jember, kemudian yang keempat laporan Kepala UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember, kemudian yang kelima sambutan Wakil Rektor 1 Bidang Akademik Universitas Jember dan sekaligus juga nanti membuka acara, kemudian yang keenam penutupan seremonial. Kemudian setelah penutupan seremonial peserta dan semua hadirin akan masuki coffee break untuk menyiapkan segala hal termasuk juga panitia, kemudian tampilan peserta, kemudian sidang juri, isoma, kemudian ada beberapa feedback atau komentar dari para juri dan pengumuman juara. Lalu dilanjutkan dengan penutupan oleh Kepala UPA Bahasa. Baiklah, demi lancarnya dan barokahnya acara ini kita awali dulu dengan membaca Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang kedua menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya ya dan juga nanti dilanjutkan dengan himne Universitas Jember. Kepada para hadirin dimohon untuk berdiri. yaitu laporan Kepala UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember. Kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Hairus Salikin Hamidi, dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, salam sehat untuk kita semua. Yang sama-sama kita hormati Profesor Slamin PhD, beliau adalah Wakil Rektor 1 Universitas Jember. Para kontestan, para peserta, dan para pendamping yang datang dari berbagai daerah, selamat datang di Universitas Jember, khususnya di UPA Bahasa. Para panitia yang telah mempersiapkan event ini, sungguh luar biasa panitianya, Prof. Mantap semua yang di UPA, mulai dari teknisi sampai kepada yang tukang nyapu, sungguh luar biasa. Para juri yang luar biasa, the judges kita ini, Pak David yang di tengah yang berbatik dan Mas Ganis yang di sebelah kanan dan Ibu Dewianti yang sebelah kiri, yang menurut saya kalau Bu Dewianti ini kalau ngomong umpama tidak tahu orangnya persis bule, Pak. Umpama tidak tahu orangnya, tapi begitu tahu orangnya kita tahu oh orang Gebang begitu. Kita bersyukur kepada Allah, kepada Tuhan bahwa pagi ini walaupun mohon maaf kepada seluruh peserta finalis dan pendamping, kami agak menunda sedikit karena kami mohon maaf lagi juga kepada Prof. Warek 1, kami memaksa beliau untuk datang ke sini. Jadi beliau belum kembali ke kantor, belum kembali ke rumah. Dari tanah pemakaman beliau langsung ke sini karena Bapak Rektor sedang berduka, ibu mertuanya wafat. Ada beberapa hal yang ingin saya sampaikan. Yang pertama, Bapak Warek, saya laporkan bahwa peserta lomba ini sekarang sejumlah 50 dan yang masuk final 10 yang sekarang ada di depan kita, dan perlu kami beritahukan bahwa anak-anakku yang 10, you are all the best and you are all the champion. Ya. Saya yakin the judge nanti akan sulit menentukan mana yang terbaik, mana yang 1, 2, 3. Tetapi anak-anakku ingat, champion is not everything. The process is more important than champion. Ya, jadi ingat bahwa proses anak-anak ada di sini ini adalah tidak bisa dihargai dengan apapun. Tidak semua orang bisa mendapatkan proses sampai di sini. Jadi nanti siapapun yang urutan 1, urutan 2, dan urutan 3 itu bukan masalah bagi kita. Yang penting anak-anak semua punya proses yang tidak semua orang punya proses itu. Dan itu akan terkenang dalam hidup anak-anak kalian, anak-anak nanti. Untuk itu selamat kepada yang 10, dan yang 10 ini semuanya adalah juara. Yang kedua ingin saya sampaikan juga kepada Prof. Slamin bahwa UPA Bahasa akan berusaha mengadakan event tahunan ini terus sekaligus merayakan Dies Natalis, dan mudah-mudahan kekompakan kawan-kawan di UPA ini terus terjaga. Saya laporkan Prof bahwa sekarang kawan-kawan di UPA sudah sangat kompak sekali. Sehingga saya berpikir seperti guyonan saya ke Prof. Slamin, kalau kekompakan ini dijaga terus, Pak Endin pun bisa jadi kepala UPA, siapapun ya. Karena kekompakan, makanya saya selalu bilang ke teman-teman bahwa UPA mulai bergeliat sekarang, mulai bangkit kembali setelah tidur beberapa tahun, bukan karena kepalanya, tetapi karena kekompakan semua yang ada di unsur ini. Oleh itu saya ucapkan selamat kepada seluruh yang ada di UPA atas kekompakannya. Ya. Kemudian ucapan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada Prof. Slamin yang selalu support kita. Tidak pernah tidak support kita, walaupun terus terang, saya jarang, hampir tidak pernah menghadap beliau langsung, cukup WA. Karena saat saya tahu kesibukan beliau yang luar biasa. Kalau mau dekat-dekatan, beliau sama saya sama-sama MA-nya, sama-sama Madura asli ya. Yang kedua, beliau dengan saya sama-sama mantan dekan ya. Sangat dekat, tetapi saya menjaga, beliau sangat sibuk. Saya tahu kesibukan beliau. Oleh karena itu, tadi pun karena teman-teman memaksa untuk menunggu, akhirnya saya memakai Mbak Andre yang dekat. Wis teleponon nih sampean telepon aku tak ngurus ya. Ya, saya memaksa untuk beliau rawuh. Untuk itu terima kasih atas supportnya bahwa UPA Bahasa sekarang menjadi seperti ini. Ya, bahkan kelasnya juga sudah buka kelas SMA dan SMP. Jadi adik-adik, anak-anakku, bagi adik-adik kan kalau siswa yang lain mau masuk di SMA, mau masuk di les di sini bahasa Inggris dan bahasa yang lain juga, asing yang lain, Prancis, Cina dan lain sebagainya, monggo, UPA Bahasa sudah mulai buka. Dan laporan sekaligus Kepala Prof. Slamin tanggal 5 Desember ini yang ditunggu-tunggu sudah datang. UPA Bahasa akan melaksanakan TOEFL ITP dengan peserta di luar target kita 10, tapi pesertanya 19. Dan kami akan mencoba untuk terus mengadakan secara rutin. Di UPA Bahasa juga anak-anakku yang membutuhkan tes potensi akademik untuk beasiswa untuk apa? Di UPA Bahasa setiap bulan ada tes potensi akademik, ya sudah jalan sejak beberapa tahun yang lalu. Itulah laporan sementara untuk kepada Bapak Warik 1. Dan sekali lagi kepada semuanya terima kasih atas partisipasinya. Terima kasih judges yang luar biasa. Mudah-mudahan proses ini nanti seperti kata MC tadi akan mempersiapkan kader-kader di masa depan. Sekali lagi Pak Warik terima kasih atas semua supportnya dan yakinlah bahwa setiap keberhasilan itu hanya karena kerjasama yang mapan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Disampaikan terima kasih, demikian tadi laporan dan sekaligus sambutan dari Kepala UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember, Bapak Profesor Dr. Hairus Salikin MID. Kemudian menginjak selanjutnya yaitu sambutan dari Wakil Rektor 1 atau Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik Universitas Jember kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Slamin PhD. Kami persilakan dan sekaligus nanti membuka acara, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Lihat bintang di langit. Selamat datang di UNED, itu aja ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua ya. Good morning. Ya. Yang sama-sama kita hormati Kepala UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember, Prof. Hairus Salikin ya. Benar kan Hus? Saya biasa manggil beliau Gus Prof karena beliau adalah Ustadz Akbar ya, guru besar kita yang selalu memberi tausiah dan saya sangat takdim kepada beliau. Tadi tidak mungkin saya bilang tidak kan kalau sudah beliau menyampaikan sesuatu. Kemudian juga yang saya hormati Bapak dan Ibu juri ya yang luar biasa. Kemudian juga tentu saja Bapak Ibu pendamping maupun orang tua ya. Bapak Ibu guru, orang tua, dan teman-teman juga dari UPA Bahasa selaku panitia, dan yang sangat berbahagia, insya Allah berbahagia kan adik-adik semua kontestan atau peserta National English Cultural Showcase Contest ya, yang diselenggarakan oleh UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember. Alhamdulillah kita semua dalam keadaan sehat walafiat ya. untuk mengikuti kegiatan ini, dan saya selama Prof. Khairus jadi kepala UPA Bahasa ini sudah 2 kali berdiri di sini untuk membuka acara, insya Allah yang sama gitu ya. Dan mohon maaf kalau sedikit tertunda, nggak apa-apa, biar tegangnya terasa kan begitu kan lomba gitu. Bagian dari ini kan penilaian juga gitu ya, sampai sejauh mana kesabaran peserta itu menunggu lomba ini kan, itu juga jadi istilahnya ya, biar kelihatan aslinya akhirnya gitu kan gitu. Biasanya kalau sudah disiapkan dulu tampil bagus kan gitu, tapi begitu agak diuji sedikit, nunda dan lain-lain, sudah kelihatan gelisahnya dan lain-lain gitu, akan nampak aslinya kan begitu. Itu bagian dari ini juga, mental lah kan gitu ya. Baik, sebenarnya saya sudah menyampaikan ada 3 hal yang ingin saya sampaikan, dan saya sudah titipkan pada Prof. Khairus gitu, tetapi karena saya hadir di sini, saya sampaikan secara langsung. Jadi ya yang bukan yang pertama, yang utama lah gitu ya. Terima kasih pada Prof. Khairus dan kawan-kawan yang sudah menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini gitu ya. Karena dengan kegiatan ini kita bisa menunjukkan pada masyarakat gitu ya, bahwa UNED itu mempunyai komitmen yang sangat kuat untuk menyiapkan talenta-talenta muda gitu ya, generasi-generasi muda kita agar bisa berdaya saing global kan gitu. Ya salah satu modal untuk berdaya saing global kan bukan bahasa Madura, bahasa Inggris kan gitu kan. Akhirnya kita lomba inilah atau kontes semacam ini gitu. Ya bukan kita ke Inggris-Inggrisan atau ke barat-baratan, karena saya memang tinggal di baratan gitu ya. Memang betul di baratan itu. Tetapi memang biar yang 50 itu kan pasti pilihan juga. Tapi dari 50 peserta tadi dipilih lagi, disaring lagi kan. Tentu saja saringannya lebih kecil kan begitu, sampai terpilih 10. Dan ini juara semua gitu. Jadi selamat datang para juara gitu. Nanti tinggal kita pilih the best of the best gitu kan. Ini sudah bagus semua lah gitu. Jadi itu yang pertama gitu. Yang kedua, kita juga ingin menunjukkan gitu ya, bahwa Universitas Jember itu juga menjaga ya, atau ikut mengawal lah agar generasi muda kita itu melestarikan budaya kita. Ya, makanya kan ada culturalnya di situ gitu, ada culture yang harus kita jaga bersama gitu. Apalagi era sekarang kan era digital, era global, kekinian, macam-macam lah. Itu kalau tidak kita imbangi dengan budaya-budaya lokal kita, domestik kita, pasti hilang sudah. Lebih kalah dengan drakor kan? Udah itu apalagi ibu-ibunya kan gitu kan. Drakor banget lah gitu. Makanya yang muda-muda harus kita ingatkan gitu, bahwa kita punya kultur atau budaya yang luar biasa. Dan meskipun semua di sini pinter bahasa Inggris, perlu kami sampaikan ya, Prof. Khairus ini alumni Australia juga gitu ya, dan teman-teman juga juri ini juga sering keluar gitu ya, membandingkan dengan negara-negara di luar sana, terutama yang berbahasa Inggris gitu, bahwa ketika kita merenung, Indonesia ini betul-betul negara surga lah ya. Jadi mau beli chip, fish and chip aja nggak perlu pasang macam-macam, jaket macam-macam, terus nyebrang gitu, enggak gitu kan. Bisa pakai celana pendek, singlet sudah bisa beli fish and chip gitu, karena udaranya bagus. Kalau di Eropa gitu kedinginan kan, bisa beku gitu. Kayak gitu kan contoh. Kalau panas kepanasan, kalau kita kan average gitu. Betul-betul surga, dan kekayaan juga begitu. Apalagi budaya kita. Ya, bahasa aja sudah banyak. Makanya Anda semua pinter bahasa Inggris itu luar biasa, karena di Indonesia bahasa aja sudah banyak ya. Saya first tongue ya, istilahnya mother language saya itu bahasa Madura. Habis itu masih belajar bahasa Indonesia. Habis itu begitu pindah ke Jawa, belajar bahasa Jawa, baru bahasa Inggris. Bahasa Arab bisa juga, tapi hanya bisa membaca. Ya sedikit ngerti artinya gitu kan. Ya itu contoh bahwa kita sebenarnya sangat potensial untuk belajar banyak hal, termasuk budaya ini. Coba Anda bayangkan ya, dari pakaian aja sudah macam-macam. ya. Itu kan bagian dari budaya kita, ya. Makanya saya pikir ini kontes yang sangat bagus, ya. Bukan hanya Anda berdaya saing global, tapi juga membawa kearifan lokal, ya, sesuai dengan tagline unit juga, globalisasi, ya, go global with local wisdom gitu, atau kita berkelas dunia tetapi tetap membawa kearifan lokal. Nah, ini contoh yang sudah ditunjukkan oleh UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember. Kita kasih applause dulu buat teman-teman, luar biasa. Ya. Nah, yang ketiga ini kabar baiknya gitu. Tentu saja ini para juara ini kan harus kita apresiasi gitu. Dan kami siapkan tiket emas atau golden ticket untuk masuk UNED. Cuma sayang namanya golden ticket kan, hanya emas aja gitu. Ya, kalau nanti banyak silver ticket, bronze ticket, platinum ticket, macam-macam. Jadi namanya golden ticket hanya satu gitu, biar spesial. Karena kalau banyak sudah nggak spesial lagi, kan begitu. Ya, jadi golden ticket silahkan nanti pilih prodi tertentu yang relevan, tentu saja gitu ya. Kalau yang lain harus ada kemampuan khusus lainnya kan, seperti kedokteran dan lain-lain, itu monggo lah gitu. Tetapi tidak bisa itu golden ticket dipakai, tapi bisa dipakai untuk pengimbang ya, untuk prestasi gitu. Tapi kalau yang prodi lain misalnya di Fakultas Ilmu Budaya, di FKIP, di FISI, di FEB, monggo itu bisa dipakai. Ya silahkan lah, saya pikir nggak ada masalah Gus ya. Tetapi nggak bisa yang jalur tes nasional kan. Ya bisanya yang mandiri, akan saya kawal langsung karena saya sama Pak Rektor dan Pak Dekan juga yang memutuskan. Monggo pilih misalnya mau masuk sastra Inggris, mau masuk televisi film karena bawa budaya juga, silahkan. Mau milih pendidikan bahasa Inggris juga boleh. HI, hubungan internasional karena bahasa Inggrisnya mahasiswa di sana bagus-bagus. Ya, misalnya juga di manajemen itu ada kelas internasional. HI juga nanti ada kelas internasional, monggo silahkan nanti kita akan akomodir gitu ya bagi juara yang memegang golden ticket itu. Makanya harus fight gitu ya. Tapi kita kan katanya tidak berkompetisi gitu, tapi berkolaborasi. Cuma hanya kita carikan yang pilih yang terbaik kan begitu gitu. Saya pikir itu sekali lagi selamat bagi adik-adik siswa SMA yang sudah masuk ke grand final, tidak mudah itu, dan selamat juga bagi Bapak Ibu guru, pendamping dan orang tua yang ikut mengawal. Ya, saya juga merasakan ya datang ke Jember kan juga tidak gampang gitu, dan kami sangat mengapresiasi upaya adik-adik dan juga pendamping itu untuk hadir di sini ya untuk mengikuti secara langsung grand final National English Cultural Showcase Contest ini gitu. Insya Allah datangnya Bapak Ibu semua dan adik-adik akan memberi warna sendiri Pak UNED dan pengalaman juga. Ya kami tunggu juga di UNED kan begitu kan untuk adik-adik biar mantap lah. Ya. Nanti kalau bukan dari Jember bisa keliling dulu ke kampus kan begitu. Indahnya kampus UNED kan begitu ya. Baik, karena diminta untuk membuka, mohon izin Prof. Khairus ya, teman-teman semua dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, kegiatan nasional English Cultural Showcase Contest yang diselenggarakan oleh UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember secara resmi dibuka. Demikian, semoga kegiatan ini bermanfaat bagi kita semua dan barokah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Disampaikan terima kasih kepada Profesor Slamin selaku Wakil Rektor 1, Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik Universitas Jember atas sambutan dan sekaligus perkenannya membuka acara ini. Baiklah, tiba balasan kita pada penutupan seremonial ini yang nanti juga akan dilanjutkan dengan sesi berikutnya yaitu penampilan peserta. Marilah acara ini kita tutup dengan baca hamdalah dan akan kita lanjutkan lagi dengan sesi penampilan peserta. Terima kasih. Saya selaku Master of Ceremony pada kesempatan seremonial pagi hari ini mengucapkan terima kasih atas segala perhatian dan mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terus selanjutnya kita masuk pada si coffee break sekaligus untuk mempersiapkan, dan kepada para peserta tahu tempatnya ya, tempatnya di sebelah di ruang 4 ini ya. Sebelum dipanggil ya, jangan keluar dulu. Tapi nanti akan ada panitia yang akan menjadi penghubung ya. Terus karena sudah diketahui urutan-urutan tampilnya, maka setiap temannya yang tampil dulu, yang lain juga mengantisipasinya di belakang ya. Peserta yang tidak sampai dipanggil sampai 3 kali tidak muncul, dipastikan gugur ya. Tapi ya mau kemana lagi ya, wong sudah di sini ya. Siapa tahu mungkin kemana. Kalau takut kemana, ke toilet, izin tidak apa-apa ya. Baik, terima kasih. Mari kita masuk ke ruang sebelah dan juga tempat untuk mengambil kudapan ya ala kadarnya, kopi, teh maupun kue. Dipersilakan. Kepada peserta dipersilakan. Kalau untuk para pendamping, Bapak Ibu guru boleh tetap di sini ya. Terus sekali lagi jangan lupa setelah peserta tampil ya, nanti akan dicegat oleh Mbak Agnes untuk podcast sebentar saja ya. Enggak lama, enggak sakit kok ya. 3 sampai 5 menit ya. Baik, terima kasih. Break sesi akan saya break sebentar. lomba presentasi budaya dalam bahasa Inggris tingkat nasional atau National English Cultural Showcase Contest ya, yang diadakan oleh UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember. Baik, untuk penampilan pertama, so for the first performance, let's welcome contestant number 1, Jocelyn Kaila Irawan from SMKN 1 Jember. Before showing your performance, I would like to ask for your readiness ya. Saya tanyakan dulu kesiap. Kalau sudah kesiapannya, timer jalan. Jocelyn, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Operator, ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the performance from Jocelyn Kaila Irawan. Yes, and let's welcome Jocelyn. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you this morning? Yeah, I hope all of you having a wonderful day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, Jember is a small regency in East Java with unique cultural and natural beauty. Jember is also known as the city of tobacco, Carnival, Pandalungan, 1,000 Hills, and popular with agro-tourism. One of the popular agro-tourism in Jember is tobacco plantation. So, from there, a lah baku dance appeared. And right now, I am Jocelyn Kaila Irawan. I'm very pleased to share and tell you about our beautiful traditional dances. Lah Bako dance. Lah Bako originates from the word lah, meaning process, and bako, meaning tobacco leaves. This dance is a representation of the tobacco farmers' hard work, dedication, and joy. Lah Bako dance was created as a form of appreciation for the role of women in Jember, especially in tobacco management, because at that time, the majority of tobacco farmers were women. Therefore, the government was created a Lah Bako dance as a tradition for tobacco farmers to perform during the tobacco harvest season. And ladies and gentlemen, I will show you a video clip of Lah Bako dance. There are several movements have meaning. First, starting from going to the fields, and then the next movements, they will picking up the tobacco leaves and put into a basket. And after picking up the tobacco leaves, they will drying the tobacco leaves. And during drying them, they will turn over the tobacco leaves one by one. And after dry, they will do sorting process to choose the tobacco leaves from premium quality to low quality. And after sorting process, they will chop the tobacco leaves. And the last movements show you the last process of tobacco management, which is packaging the tobacco leaves. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see from the video, the dance movements are energetic and dynamic, depicting the activities from tobacco farmers from planting to packaging. The dancers' hands and feet move swiftly as if they're dancing with tobacco leaves. And what about the costumes? The costumes are traditional, simple, yet elegant. And as you can see from the costume that I wear today, the costumes has bright colors, includes green, yellow, and red. And of course, these colors have meaning. Green symbolizes the tobacco leaves when it's ready to be harvested. Yellow symbolizes the tobacco leaves when it's in the sorting process. And red symbolizes the tobacco when it's being packaged. The dancers' costumes are a representation of the farmer's attire with a touch of Jember's cultural richness. And what about the music? The music is cheerful and lively, with a blend of Japanese traditional instruments, including the kendang and saron. The rhythm is contagious, making you want to dance along with the performers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Labago dance is more than just a dance. It's a representation of the farmer's way of life. It's a symbol of their hard work, patience, and unity. This dance also teaches us the importance of diligence and a value of community. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thank you for having me today to explain the beauty of our traditional dances, Labago dance. That's all from me. Maybe there's any questions from my presentation?
Okay, good morning, Jocelyn.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful performance. Really enjoy how you present the whole thing about Labago dance and also its associated elements in a way. Right, so we will only have like one question.
Yeah.
So you presented the detail, the story, and the meaning behind the movement of Labago dance. So as a student, what do you learn from the values, from the culture as represented by Labago dance?
Oh, well, thank you for the questions. The values that we, from the Labago dance, it's teach us the importance of hard work, diligence, and also a unity. Labago dance will show you the process of tobacco management process. I'm sorry, the process of tobacco management from planting to packaging.
Okay, right. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. Well
Yeah.
done.
All right. It's already done, or maybe there's any question?
Yeah, we have only one question for one participant. Thank you. Right.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to say thank you before, and let's preserve the past, enrich the present, and inspire the future. So let's keep Jember's cultures alive. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all of the performance of contestant number 1, Jocelyn Kaila Irawan from SMKN 1 Jember. Okay. Well, to tell you everyone, Bapak Ibu semuanya, untuk menjaga ketertiban di ruang lomba ini, mau untuk semua HP di mute silent ya. Kalau perlu juga mute terbang. Okay, but it's okay. Yeah, silent is fine. Okay, Bapak juri, komponennya sudah saya kirim lewat link, ya. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after contestant number 1, now let's welcome contestant number 2, Alena Princesa Wijoyoko from SMA N 21 Surabaya. Let's welcome and give applause. Okay, Alena, are you ready?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
ready.
ladies and gentlemen, this is Alena Princesa Wijoyoko from SMA N 21 Surabaya, and she's going to show her performance. Let's welcome and let's listen to her performance. Time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know in today's generation, we met a lot of younger generation of us that keep forgetting the heroes of Indonesia. Yes, that is right. In fact, you could ask a random student who typed the manuscript of proclamation. There will be 40% chances they couldn't answer that easy question. And that is truly disappointing. All honorable judges and all my beloved friends that already come here, I am standing right here as a future generation of Indonesia. I'm just an ordinary student from an ordinary high school. My name is Alena, and I came from a city of heroes, Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, globalization is a change we cannot stop. Globalization has a lot of benefits, starting from advanced technology, giving us a lot of variety of cultures and a lot more. But globalization also had their own drawbacks. For one example, young generation today are drifting away from the history that built our nation we live on today. Surabaya, my hometown, is a city where all the memories of courage live. In my hometown, there you will meet a lot of corners filled with bravery of are-are Surabaya. So, that memories is the one that remind us about the history behind of Surabaya's independence, of Indonesia's independence. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to answer it in your heart. As a new generation of Indonesia, have you always remember all the past heroes done to your own country? Like Mr. Sukarno, Bung Tomo, Bung Hatta. Now I want to tell you about behind the 10th November battles. On 17 August 1945, Indonesia already declared their independence in Surabaya, right? So, but the war is not still over yet because the Dutch refused to accept our independence. It makes us sa are-are Surabaya still continue our journey to make an independence for our own country.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the history behind the 10th November battle is really depressing and romanticized. Could you please next to the slide? Back. The first one. Back again. This is the monument of Tugu Pahlawan, the story behind all Surabaya's history, behind Surabaya's bravery to defeat the Duchess. Next. When you enter the Tugu Pahlawan monument, you will meet a beautiful field. Next. And a museum called the Museum of 10th November. The Museum of 10th November contains all the weapons, newspaper, even a picture of the 10th November battle in the past. Next. This is one of the fascinating strategies that used by this arek-arek Surabaya to defeat the Duchess. Next. At the right side, you could see a beautiful orange dioramas, and below it there are weapons used at the 10th November War. And you could see the museum, it's really have an interesting detail to understand. So, ladies and gentlemen, to think that the younger generation keep drifting away from our history is truly disappointing. And I just want you all to remember all the heroes' sacrifices in the past. Thank you very much.
Hello, Elena.
Hello.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, Elena, you talked a lot about, the landmark in Surabaya that reminds the youth about the struggle, the battle, the journey, all the things, the sweat and blood that our national heroes had already sacrificed for the independence. Now, as a youth, yourself as a student, what can you do to live up to the expectations of the national heroes?
Thank you for the question, honorable judges. I'm just an ordinary student, so all I can do is just studying and achieving a goals that I already make, a target that I want to achieve. And not only that, one of the things I could do is preserve our national culture, like trying traditional dances from other cities. Thank you for the question.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is the performance from contestant number 2, Alena Prinsesa Wijoyoko from SMA N 21 Surabaya. For the next performance, be ready for contestant number 3, Sabita Amiratul Yusriyah Al-Bukhari from MAN 2 Jember.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Sabita Amiratul Yusriyah Al-Bukhari from Mandua, Jember. Juries and the operators, please welcome Sabita Amiratul. Yeah, time is yours.
Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable the Chairman of Presentation, respectable judges, and my lovely audiences. First of all, I want to say it is becoming my great moment in my life because here I can standing up in front of you all today. It was make me very respectful. Therefore, I'm glad to see you. And now, before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Sabita Amira. I'm from Mantu, Jember. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about my simple idea. It is about something unique, something beautiful, and something that represents who we are as Indonesians. Yeah, it is batik, a fabric that carries stories, wisdom, and identities. I'm sure everyone here, of course, ever wearing the batik clothes, right? Yeah. Like you see on my screen now. Next. Start from government people, actors, or even people like us, of course, ever wearing the batiks in agenda or formal or informal agenda. Well, next. Because batik is one of Indonesian traditional characteristics. Batik is a fabric pattern made using a special technique where motifs are drawn or applied using a molten wax with a tool called canting or a brush. This process aims to cover certain parts of fabric so that they won't be dyed when dipped in coloring, resulting in unique patterns and design. Ladies and gentlemen, batik word is come from the Javanese language that is amba or write and tik or tidik. So batik means is writing in the dot. Batik hold high artistic value. In fact, UNESCO has recognized batik as a world cultural heritage. Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there are many types of batik across Indonesia, and each region has its own style. One of them is batik from Jember. Jember's batik have three main types of color. These are brown, green, and golden yellow. The brown ones stand for the fertile soil and crops like coffee and cocoa. The green one shows the freshness of plantation plant, especially tobacco, and the golden yellow represents prosperity and the high quality of Jember's tobacco, which is very valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, the patterns are inspired by the nature and agriculture in Jember. This reflects Jember as a major producer of tobacco and cocoa. Well, dear brothers and sisters, from this local element, an innovation was created. It's called Batik Matika. Well, before I start to explain Batik Matika, don't you ever hear about Batik Matika, guys? Well, I'll show you. It's also one of example of Batik Matika. Can you see here? Batik Matika has a special character that put giving mathematic concept in every pattern of Batik Matika. Is this good or right? Yes, it looks so beautiful, elegant, and so cute. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Batik Matika is an innovation brand, a combination of batik local motif with a math concept like algebra, geometry, statistics, and many other. This innovation brand makes by mathematics lecture of teacher education in Islamic University of Jember, or usually that we call UIJ, named Furi Setiosis Kabati. The goal are to educate and preserve the local culture through batik while making math more fun for students. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there are many types of batik across Indonesia, and Batik Matika has around 20 type motifs. And here are some examples. Next. For the first is integral petit cloud. Integral petit cloud is a combination of petit cloud tradition with integral math concept. The next is Tabutan matrix. Tabutan matrix is a combination of Tabutan giant max with a metric math concept. And last but not least, motif kangkung. kangkung motif, like my clothes that I wear today, it is also one of example of batik matika. Here there is kangkung vegetable, represent prosperity and flexible simplicity of life, where the number under represent logic and legacy. So that balances nature and science in creative ways. Ladies and gentlemen, through Batik Matika, we can see that batik is not just art. It's also connect tradition with the modern knowledge. This innovation from Jember shows culture, education, and creativity can grow together. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to love, preserve, and promote batik is not just a fashion, but as a legacy for our future. Well, maybe that's all from me. If I have any mistakes, pardon me, please. And the last I say, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So the name is Sabita, if I'm
Yeah.
mistaken, right? Okay. You talk a lot about batik, and then you talk that it's been recognized by UNESCO previously. Okay.
Yes.
Could you possibly tell me why do you think UNESCO recognized this batik as a cultural heritage?
Because,
And could you possibly give me the future for this? I don't know, Barit Matika?
yes, batik matika.
Batik Matika. Yes. Thank you.
You means picture or?
No. This is the genre of this batik is Batik Matika.
Yes.
Yes. Could you possibly tell me the future for this
Past
batik?
metal, what do you mean? Past metal, like?
The future. You know
Oh.
future?
Oh, yes, yes.
You, yourself, future?
Yeah, in the next future. Yes, give impact for the next future like that, right?
Not future, but future.
Future, yes.
Masa depan, future.
Yes, future.
Okay, good.
Okay, for the first, let me answer your question. For the first question is why batik is recognized by the UNESCO? Because, as you surely know, batik is one of Indonesian traditional characteristic, right? It is so unique, and the motifs are so make us a legacy of Indonesians, right? And also, batik is one of the unique clothes that in another country will be seldom theirs, right? And for next question is batik matika for the future, like that, right? The appeal of batik matika is it have make the student more interesting and want to learn more about mathematics, and also the mathematica have make the lesson of mathematics more be fun and interesting, because through mathematica we can see that mathematics is not as of scary as we think, right? Like that. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
That is the performance from the contestant number 3, Sabita Amiratul Yusriyah Al-Bukhari. Now for the next performance, let's welcome contestant number 4, Syifa Azralia Risti from SMA N1 Gelagah, Banyuwangi. Are you ready? Syifa?
Ready.
Okay, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Syifa Azralia Risti from SMN 1 Gelagah Banyuwangi. Time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a simple question. Have you ever felt truly proud of where you come from? If your answer is yes, then today that pride will grow bigger than ever. And if your answer is not yet, then allow me to take you on a journey that might change that. Because we are about to step into the land where culture doesn't just exist. It sings, it breathes, and it speaks to your heart. Welcome to Banyuwangi, the sunrise of Java, the land where the morning sunlight touched the earth before anywhere else. But more than its natural beauty, Banyuwangi stands proudly as the home of an extraordinary indigenous community, the Osing tribe, the people whose traditions are as alive as the rising sun. The Osing people are known as the guardians of ancient heritage. They do not simply do that tradition, they live inside them. But nothing showcases more beautifully than their festivals. These festivals are not just events you attend, that is, moments you feel, memories you carry, and lessons you take long after you leave. One of the mesmerizing tradition is Sabla. That is not just a dance you watch casually. It is an experience that pulls you inward. The chosen dancers, guided by chants, incense, and ancestral energy, slowly enters a trance. Her movement becomes soft, flowing, and dreamlike, as if she has stepped into the world that we cannot see. They believe Sablang carries power to protect and cleanse their village. Standing there, you cannot help but feel something sacred unfolding before your eyes. Well, from mystical, we move to festival that celebrates unity. Barong Iderbumi in Kemiren village. At the center stands the barong, fierce yet beautiful, symbolizing protection. As it is barong paraded through the Kemiren village, the people followed by prayers and offerings, hoping for blessings. It is not only about the procession, it is a promise that harmony is something we build together. The barong dances from road to road, carries hopes of every family. Banyuwangi also celebrate graded it in the most heartwarming way through Tumpang Seo. Imagine, long rows filled the streets. The people carefully prepared for tumpang rice, 100, even 1,000 of them. In that moment, strangers become same of your family. That is not just about the family. Happiness is not something you keep. It is something you give. Well, ladies and gentlemen, another celebration that has carried Banyuwangi's name is the most heartwarming Gandrung Sew. Her elegant movement and the golden crown symbolizing beauty, pride, and hospitality. A more 1,000 Gandrung dancers move in perfect harmony. An ocean red and gold flowing under the sky. Behind them, waves crash softly. In that moment, you forgot everything else except the overwhelming beauty of a culture. Banyuwangi also celebrates togetherness in a most delicious way through Kopi 10 Wew, a festival where 10,000 cups of coffee are served for free. It is not only about the drink, it is about a warmth it brings, the conversation it sparks, and the sense of belonging it creates. People gather, talk, connect, smile, and enjoy the rich aroma of the Osing coffee. Well, all these traditions carry messages that reach far beyond celebrations. People, they teach us unity. They show us that identity is worth protecting. And they whisper that culture is not only about decoration, it is about our backbone. As I'm here, Shifa Zaristi, standing today, I want you to feel it too. The rhythm, the pride, the color, and the beats of Banyuwangi's heart. So, let's share our local art, let's share Indonesia's beauty culture to the world. I'm Shifa Zaristi, standing today because culture deserves to be celebrated, remembered, and shared by amazing people like you. Thank you for your beautiful and kind attention.
Good morning, Shifa. Shifa,
Morning, yes.
Right, okay. Right, yeah, very rich description and also explanation of the culture of Banyuwangi, right?
Thank you.
So, there are some cultures that you have presented, right?
Yeah.
And I believe there are still some other cultures from Banyuwangi. So now, as we know in social media, today's generations, they love, like popular culture or probably Western cultures. So how will you try to promote Banyuwangi culture as a student, let's say, through social media?
Okay, thank you for the question. In this digitalization era, we as teenagers, as the students, we can use the social media. We can make vlog in social media like TikTok or maybe YouTube and the other social media. And from that, we can promote our culture, and that culture is preserved to the next generation. And from that, many tourism know about Indonesia's culture, about Banyuwangi's culture, of course. And so Banyuwangi's culture are advanced to the next generation. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Shifa.
And before I go, I bring you something, especially the snack, traditional snack from Banyuwangi. Which one is bagiak, opak, sale pisang, and I forgot it. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That is the performance from contestant number 4, Shifa Azralia Risti from SMN 1 Gelagah Banyuwangi. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's come to the next performance. Performance by contestant number 5, Abigail Artanteona Chalistin from SMA 2 Jember. Are you ready? Ready? Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, here is Abigail Artantiona Chalistin, contestant number 5. Time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. Okay, thank you so much. So, before I start today's presentation, I want to ask each one of you here, have you ever just stopped and think, why is Jember such a very boring city? Have you ever thought about that? Okay, I'm pretty sure every one of you have thought about that before because I did too. But a couple of weeks ago, me and my dad, we were having a conversation on what topic I should bring in today's presentation. He said, why not bring another presentation about a cultural site in Jember? And I asked, does Jember has any other cultural site except for the Dupang site that I've visited a couple of months ago? And he said, of course, Jember is such a big place and you haven't discovered half of it yet, even though you live in the city. So I agreed because I was maxed out of ideas. He showed me the pictures and I had high hopes, but those hopes were instantly crushed because the place did not look like what I saw in the Google pictures. And I thought, I'm scammed because it didn't look the same. But fortunately, I acquired some information, some history, and some value about the place. And that is what we're going to discuss today. So, ladies and gentlemen, honorable jury, it is truly an honor to stand before you today. My name is Abigail Artantena Sestin, and so today I am going to introduce you to the one and only legacy of the Singosari Kingdom. So, behold, the Sendang Tirta Amerta Rajasa, one of Arjasa's sacred place. See, this site is located not really far from the village itself, though it's not easy to reach as well because transportation is not a thing in this place. See, the path to that place is very narrow, and I had to walk there with my parents. But the moment I stepped in, I feel like I just stepped into a whole different existence. I can feel a sense of eeriness and calmness at the same time. That is what kind of creeps me out. And let's move on to the history of the Sendang itself. You see, the Sendang is believed to have existed way back at the time of the Singosari Kingdom. The name itself holds a very deep and spiritual meaning. Tirta Amerta Rajasa. I wonder what it means. What it means is water of life from the Rajasa family, which was the dynasty that leads the Singosari at that time. And from the name itself, we can already tell that this place isn't just some ordinary water source, but it holds a very strong and very powerful relation with the Singosari tradition and ancestral beliefs. If you ask Abigail, what does it mean? Well, I'm going to tell you. You see, this place, Sendang, is still used as a place to melukat. If any of you who doesn't know what melukat is some kind of cleansing ritual, both physically and spiritually. A lot of people come here to calm themselves, to seek for peaceful atmosphere or ask for clarity of heart, and many others. See, the cultural value in this place, it's still going strong until now. Like, for example, I had to obey some cultural rules there. For example, number one, I need to keep the peaceful atmosphere of the place, of course, since it's a ritual place and I had to be respectful. Number two is that there should be no bad words or cursing words that's coming out of my mouth, which I had a hard time doing, and I had to say sorry to the local a couple of times. And number three is that I need to give the people some space for rituals, of course, since this is a cleansing rituals, and of course they need privacies as well. See, these three rules, those are not just some formalities, but I feel like these three rules, those are how the people of Arjasa, they maintain the sacredness of this place, of course. And the culture there and also the beliefs there, it's still going strong until now. That is what makes Sendang so very interesting. And not only that, but environmentally, Sendang is also just as interesting as the history itself. Like, for example, when you see the pond in here, okay, when you see the pond in here, the first thing that you see is probably the clear water that it has. And like, there's nothing dirty in here, like, besides from the trees and all the leaves that are falling from the trees. I feel like I expected there's something to be like dirt in the water, but no, the water is very clean. And you know what else is interesting about this place? That the water in this pond, it comes from 7 different water sources. Imagine, as if it isn't that already cool from what we saw, and it's still added by 7 different water sources. And apart from the spiritual function that this place has, it also gives function to the local people, such as this particular place, it's already becoming one of Arjasa's cultural identity. But it's also used as some tourist attraction as well. And not only that, it can also be an educational site. Like, if we want to introduce our local stories to our young generation, you can use this site. And if you want to ask, how do we preserve this place exactly? Well, a lot of people that come here, they are given an understanding on how they preserve this place particularly. And this is a very great effort because, of course, Sendang, they faces challenges as well. Like, for example, the more visitor that comes to this place, then the greater the litter that are going to scatter in this place, like I saw for myself. And I was feeling quite sympathetic because, of course, we are starting to lose our culture, like our aware of our culture. And that is becoming a problem. And this challenge, they need to be faced together. Because if we don't preserve what's ours, then how is our young generation going to enjoy this place? So Overall, the Sendang is not just some sacred water source, but it also shows us that our ancestors, they still live in our society, and that culture and spirituality, those are essentials for a spiritual places, and they need to be preserved. Okay, and I will end this presentation with a thank you, and I'm very sorry for it. If there's any minor inconvenience and throughout my presentation. So wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Abigail, is that how? Abigail,
Yes.
right? Okay, Abigail, thank you very much for sharing your discovery, the journey, and also the experience that you had. That was, I could see from your presentation how respectful you were toward the place. Now, Abigail, I want to go back and visit your first question, the question that you posed to the audience. You said, like, how many of you think that Jember is actually a boring place? So it seems to me that there are a lot of cultural sites and also historical sites in Jember that are left not promoted. Now, what I would like to ask from you is that I would like to ask your opinion. Why is that? Why do you think that our cultural sites and historical sites are not that so popular, even among the Jemberis themselves? And also, what can be improved then?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I believe that the cultural site in Jember that is not really popular among today's era is because the modernization that has happened. Of course, not a lot of kids my age, they know about this place since they just kind of live in and just live their life. They just don't want to know what's there in Jember. And the thing that we can improve, I think, from the cultural site that we have, maybe we can make educational videos since this is a modernization era, as I said, and we can use our gadgets to promote this cultural site. Yeah, that's my answer. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the performance from contestant number 5, Abigail Artanteona Celestin from SMIN 2 Jember. Now, for the next performance, let's welcome contestant number 6, Shakira Hansa Raisa from SMIN 3 Jember. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Shakira Hansa Raisa, contestant number 6 from SMIN 3 Jember. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, time is yours.
Alright, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Everyday drinking matcha, meet again with me, Caca. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us thank you for Allah for bringing us all here today in a good and safe situation. Secondly, may salawat and salam always be delivered to our beloved Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who brought us from the darkness to this bright era. And last but not least, I would like to thank to all of the judges here for this great opportunity for me being one of the finalists of this contest. National English Cultural Showcase Contest by UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember. Alright, my PowerPoint. As we can see, the waterfall of 7 angels. From my property that I use, am I look like an angel? Alright, my name is Shakira Kansaraisa and I'm from SMA Negeri 3 Jember. How are you guys today? I hope you guys feeling as amazing as I am right now, because now I'm not going to tell my feeling. Instead, I'm going to tell one of the destination in Jember that's very interesting. Let me tell you. Next slide. Nah, as we can see in the screen, there are the entrance and the waterfall of seven angels, or Jember people know with air terjun tujuh bidadari. It has so many beautiful views here, and it turns out there is a legenda that I will tell you. Once upon a time, there are seven angels that go from the heaven to here, and for taking a bath and take a rest. And a local man secretly saw them and decided to hide one of the scarf, and then one of the angels cannot go back to the heaven because she lost her scarf, and later marrying the man. Next slide. Thank you. And that's the legenda. It on the destination we can see. Next slide. After that, how we can enter, go there? We can go there by motorcycle and car, and then we can enter. Maybe it takes an hour, and after we go there, that's too far from the city, maybe around 28 kilometers, and it takes an hour for us to get there. After that, we can pay only 5K, 1,000 rupiahs, and for parking, we can paying only 2K for motorcycle and 5K for car. We can see all of the facilities here, like naturally swimming pool for adult and for children, and then there are so many camping grounds to us for staycation. And the toilet is so clean and cold, and then we can explore all of the facilities there, and so many eatery that people sell there, like cilok, cimol, that Jember people like, and visitors. Maybe that's all from my presentation. I hope after this contest we can go there together with me, maybe. And then before I close my video, let me give you a quote. To the Jember city we go, see the water falling free. This destination looks shining, so let's be explorer with me. Thank you. From the judges.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Thank you for the invitation, Sakira, to go to, I don't know, what is the name again?
The waterfall of seven angels.
The waterfall of seven angels, okay. One angel has been exhausting, but seven angels, wow. Okay, thank you. I could possibly see that you are a great ambassador of the tourism destinations over here. And then, why do you think you need to expose these tourism destinations as significance to be highlighted in your presentations? What are the significance? Thank you.
All right, the reason why tourists has to explore this, in my opinion, it's a beautiful destination in Jember that Jember has, and it has to all of people know that Jember has beautiful views, full of function for relaxing our mind, our body maybe, and then that's gonna make Jember not only just known by people, by JFC, just only Suar-Suwir or Edamame. Jember is also has beautiful views and destination that people have to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you. Let me close my presentation today. Good morning and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the performance from contestant number 6, Shakira Hansa Raisa from SMA N3 Jember. For the next performance, let's welcome performance from contestant number 7, Donald Aditya Darmawan from MAN 2 Jember. Are you ready, Donald?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here is Donald Aditya Darmawan from Mandua Jember, contestant number 7. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Fine morning. So, my name is Donald Aditya Darmawan from Mandua Jember. Can you guess what I'm going to present to you today? So, let me take you to one of the most popular and refreshing spots in Jember. That is Rambangan Hotel. Yeah, this. So, have you ever went to Rambangan before? Who? Seems like many of you have went there before, right? So, when I documented these photos with my family, we passed to people and houses people that smiles at us, which made me feel welcoming in there. And the air also feels cool. The wind is gentle, and the sound of birds that make it very more peaceful. What's interesting is that Rambangan is placed around 650 meters above sea level on the slope of Mount Argopuro. That's why it feels so fresh there. And it usually goes to around 14 degrees Celsius, especially in the morning. It's such a perfect escape from the heat of the city. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, before even going to on the top of Rambangan, you'll see that there are many kinds of things that you'll see. There are coffee plantations, dragon fruit plantations, and beautiful green fields. Visitors can actually join in agritourism activities such as fruit picking or coffee tasting. And one of my favorite stops is the Rambangan Dairy Farm, where people can see the cows and drink the fresh milk. The milk is creamy, cold, and refreshing and perfect for refreshing yourself from a long drive uphill. Many families usually stop here to drink the milk and let the children understand how the farm works. Next slide, please. Thank you. So these are the main facilities in Rambangan. Rambangan offers many things to do. One of the main attractions is the swimming pool, which uses fresh, cool mountain water. Sometimes the wind is strong, making the pool area feel refreshing and more relaxing. And on top of the swimming pool, there's this Hotel Rambangan, the historical building from 1937, which I might say the design is pretty simple, but it also has a very calm and warm atmosphere. So instead of swimming and staying, there are many other things to do. There are cafes and restaurants that serve local drinks and snacks. My favorite was the iced Milo and fried bananas with cheese. I'm feeling hungry just imagining it from here. And you can enjoy the flowers on the garden, playing with the children on the playground. As you can see that there are many children playing with their parents. Or you could even go camping nearby. Also, Rambangan is popular for photos taking, for morning walks, for sunset watching, and even community events. So Rambangan is perfect for everyone, families, students, and even tourists. While enjoying this beautiful view, let me tell you a little bit of its history. So the Rambangan Hotel that we see here, it was built in 1973. It was built by a Dutch colonial manager named Mr. Hofstad during the colonial era. This area we see here was used to oversee coffee and cocoa plantations. Also, what's interesting is that there's a fun fact about this. The Hotel Rambangan we see, look here, even has a room that once hosted Mr. President Sukarno himself. So it's not only beautiful, but also full of history. I actually asked the workers about how many people usually come around here. They say that a few hundred, especially during the weekends or holidays. Pretty cool, right? Talking about visiting, the entrance ticket is actually very affordable, only around 10,000 rupiah. So everyone can enjoy all this beauty without even spending much. Next slide, please. Thank you. Lastly, before going home, you can get these unique souvenirs such as batik clothes, batik bags, batik shoes, batik hats that represent the culture of Jember. Honestly, what I like about Lambangan is how natural and simple it feels. We can smell, we can touch the plants, hear the wind, or even feel closer to nature. It's one of those places that make me feel proud to be from Jember. So, as holidays coming for students like me and other participants, don't forget to come to Lambangan and enjoy its refreshing activities. I'll see you there. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, Mas Donald.
Yes, good morning.
Right. So, Lambangan, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've been there for a few occasions anyway, and yeah, there are new things that I learned from your presentation. Now, out of many dimensions, out of many aspects of Lambangan, which one do you think deserve more attention to make the site more popular, at least in East Java?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat it?
Which aspect, which dimension of Lambangan that do you think deserves more attention to make it more popular in East Java?
Okay, so in my opinion, maybe it's about the facilities for children and young people like us, because it's the place that we like. It's the kind of place that we like to see. We like to feel more refreshed and get away from the busy city life. So maybe if I were the manager of Lambangan, I would increase the facilities for children and young people like me, like swing bench and other playing activities. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much for the answer. Well done.
Well, thank you. There's the performance from contestant number 7, Donald. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a performance from contestant number 7, Donald Aditya Darmawan from Mandua, Jember. Now let's go to next performance. The performance from contestant number 8, Ayuka Maheswari Sarwana from SMN 1 Kedungwaru, Tulungagung. Still preparing? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is contestant number 8, Ayuka Maheswari Sarwana from SMN 1 Kedungwaru, Tulungagung. Ayuka, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, time is yours.
Thank you. What do you think about the dance move? Unique? Familiar? Thanks for telling me. That was called Reo Kendang dance. Can you guess where the dance come from? I know you were thinking it's from Ponorogo since you heard the name Reok, but it's not. Let me introduce you to another versions of Reok. So please bear with me for the next 7 minutes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ayuka Maheswari Sarwana from Senior High School 1 Kedungwaru, Tulungagung. Before I begin presenting Reok Kendang dance, I'd like to express my gratitude to UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember and the judges, as well as all the committees of the National English Cultural Showcase Contest 2025 for the opportunity to represent my cultural heritage from my beloved hometown, Tulungagung. And for all of the audience, I hope you enjoy my presentations. Alright, as I promised earlier, let me introduce you to another version of reok. This is a traditional dance from Tulungagung in which the dancers carry a musical instrument and dance at the same time. The musical instrument is called kendang, but we usually call it dodok. And the dancers would dance and drum the dodok which they carry. Unlike reok Ponorogo, which features the dadak merak, jatil dancers, gamelan players, and senggokan, reok kendang consists of 5 main elements: the gong kempul, slompret, kenong, sitar, and 6 kendang dodok. Also, reok kendang is understood as a warrior dance performed to welcome or escort a king's entourage. So, from now on, I hope you can differentiate between reok from Tulungagung and reok from Ponorogo. Ladies and gentlemen, dancing is not perfect without a particular costume. As you can see now, I'm wearing reok kendang costume called jatilan style costume. Here, I will explain to you the main characteristics of reok kendang's clothing which make it prominent from other reok. The headpiece called udeng or ikat and gulingan. Both of the headpiece detail were not randomly put there, since there's hidden meaning in them. They symbolize noble attitudes and qualities with pure intentions, strong principle, and honesty in both speech and actions. Wow, I love how traditional always carries a message even in a mere headpiece. Now, talking about the history. Are you curious when reok kendang was created for the very first time? How is reok kendang connected to reok Ponorogo? The origins of reok kendang can be traced to the Dutch colonial era. According to the Ministry of Tourism of Indonesia, on their website of Jejaring Desa Wisata, during the Dutch colonialism, a large number of gembla or young men who work as reok Ponorogo performers from Kadipaten area migrate to Tulungagung in search of work as marble miners or cloth farmers. To relieve fatigue after long work days, they create a performance with a drum with a single membrane to be struck by hand. This rhythmic pastime eventually developed into a dance traditions. Regarding the dance movement, reok kendang involve folk legends. The popular story that reok kendang carries is the popular story of rivalry between Lembusura and Jatasura, who both sought to marry Dewi Kilisuci of the whole kingdom. Dewi Kilisuci set a condition that they must create performs of dance and music as proof of their devotions. During the competitions, the Jatasura soldiers experienced tingling after a long journey to Kediri, where their physical movement were mundu-mundu, upward bending, due to their carrying of heavy drums during the long journey from Bantarangin to Doho, which later inspired the foundational movement of reok kendang called the mentokan gesture. The forward bending posture surprisingly has deep interpretations. It symbolized the obedience, loyalty, and devotions of warriors to the king. As we come to the end of these presentations, I want to share how reok kendang has personally inspired me. The story of former gembla create this dance with their peers reminds me that identity is something we continuously build with courage, creativity, and community. As a young generation, I also want to keep seeking the best versions of myself for a better futures. What about you? How does the story behind reok kendang inspire you? I hope the young spirit of reok kendang has inspired you too. I hope you now see that reok kendang not just as a dance, but as a meaningful cultural heritage shaped by history, identity, and devotions. From its unique musical ensemble to its symbolic costume and legendary origins, reok kendang represent the strength and spirit of the people Tulungagung. So, for the next time you hear the word reok, I hope you will remember that the legacy isn't only in Ponorogo. Tulungagung also carries its own proud and legendary powerful traditions. Dear judge and all of the audience, thank you very much for listening. I hope this introduction inspires you to appreciate and explore Indonesia's diverse cultural treasures even more. I am Ayuka from Tulungagung. See you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ayuka.
Yes.
Wow, what an amazing outfit you're wearing
Okay,
today.
thank you.
Are you a dancer?
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay, you're not. Okay. Right, Ayuka. So you're saying that the first thing that lingers in my mind is the question, well, do not mistake me as a reok dancer.
Yeah.
It's a reok, the culture I'm representing is reok kendang dancer.
Yeah.
So that question certainly shows us that reok kendang might not have the spotlight that it deserves, right? So what can you do to promote reok kendang dance even more? It's not just you, but overall, what can be done to promote reok kendang to get the spotlight that it actually deserves, so people will not misunderstand reok kendang as reok ponorogo?
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the questions. I answer with as a young generations. In this era, traditional cultures needs to be integrated into the digital world. For example, creating online content with high quality and promote to social media. Promote workshop in the social media, supporting local artists through the digital promotions. Maybe the answer is that. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. That's the performance from the contestant number 8, Ayuka Maheswari Sarwana from SMAN 1 Kedungwaru, Tulungagung. Now, for the next, let's go to next performance by contestant number 9, Khofifah Koirun Nisa from SMA IT Al-Ghazali Jember. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Khofifah Koirun Nisa from SMA IT Al-Ghazali Jember, contestant number 9. Are you ready?
Ready.
All right, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to all of us, respected judges, teachers, and friends. If I ask, what comes to your mind when you hear the word Jember? Maybe many will say tobacco. That's understandable. Tobacco has long been the identity of Jember. But for some people, tobacco may just be a product or industrial material. But for us in Jember, tobacco is more than just a leaf. Imagine the villages in Acung, Kalisat, Ambulu, or Wuluhan during the harvest season. Farmers wake up early, check each leaf, dry them under the hot sun, and shred them to keep the quality good. Planting, drying, choosing seeds, these are local wisdom passed on for generation. Ladies and gentlemen, before I continue, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Khofifah Koirunisa, and today I'm honored to speak about one of the most important, one of the strongest identities of our beloved region, Jember tobacco. The history of tobacco starts from the late 19th century, precisely 1850. Dutch planters introduced commercial tobacco cultivation to Jember, and then they discovered that Jember's climate, soil, and humidity were ideal for producing high-quality tobacco. And then Jember became one of the most important regions in Indonesia, supplying international markets and establishing research institutions that shaped the industry for decades. The historical development made Jember as the center for tobacco cultivation and processing. Next. Okay, this is the process of tobacco. First, farmers grow the seeds for several weeks during moving the young plants into the fields. During the growing period, the plants receive regular care,
such as fertilizing, watering, and removing flowers to make the leaves grow better. When the plants are mature, the leaves are harvested in stage, starting from lowest leaves to highest. And then after harvesting, the leaves go through a process called curing. This is where the leaves are dried to develop their color and aroma. And then they can try it using heat, air, sunlight, or smoke from fryers. Next. And after that, they are fermented. This natural process improves the flavor and reduces chemicals. After fermentation, the leaves are graded based on quality. Once graded, the leaves are packed into bales and prepared for sale. Finally, for international markets, they are put into containers and exported to manufacturers around the world. And then imagine if this heritage is lost. Young people don't care or traditional farming method disappear. We could lose not only the tobacco, but also the story of struggle, pride, and identity of Jember. Of course, tobacco also faces challenges: climate change, price change, and the need for innovation. This is where we, the young generation, have a role. We can help keep this heritage alive through technology, market information, or product development. So, protecting tobacco is not about encouraging people to smoke, but about protecting culture, respecting farmers, and preserving Jember's identity. Next. In the future, tobacco has potential far beyond cigarettes or cigars. Globally, researchers are exploring tobacco as a source of bioplastic, plant-based pharmaceuticals, natural pesticides, and even biofuel. Tobacco leaves contain proteins and compounds that can be used for skincare products, essential oil, fragrances. This means Jember could become a center for innovative tobacco industries. Dear audience, tobacco teaches an important lesson. Big results come from patience and hard work. A leaf in the field needs many days before it reaches buyers with the best quality. Ladies and gentlemen, heritage is not about objects or plants, but heritage is the story, value, and identity that we keep. So, let's protect this heritage for the next generation. Thank you for your attention, respected judges, teachers, and friends. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Check. Okay. Thank you so much for the presentations, Nisa. Can I call you Nisa?
Hovifa.
Hofifa. Okay, that's a very powerful name. Okay. All right. So, though you are explaining a lot about the other essentials or the significance growing tobacco apart from cigarettes, okay, how could you possibly be really positive in developing tobacco apart from the cigarettes? Cigarette as a stigma for tobacco plantations. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, judges. I think for now we can't to delete the cigarettes for now, but in the future we can promote many tobacco products in social media like TikTok, Instagram. We can promote that the product of tobacco is not just cigarettes. It's not just cigarettes. It's like bioplastics, with pharmaceuticals. And if people think that I don't care with that products, because I enjoy that, I can enjoy with cigarettes. But I want to tell that people, consumption and heritage is a different things. We can leave the cigarette, but we can also protecting the tobacco with producing product non-smoking, like bioplastic, and then that all.
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the performance from contestant number 9, Khofifa Khairun Nisa from SMIT Al Ghazali Jember. Now we're coming. Sorry, too loud. Okay, now let's we're going to come to the end of this final session. Now let's welcome contestant number 10. Abdillah Fahmi Nugraha from SMAN 1 Jember. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Abdillah Fahmi Nugraha from SMAN 1 Jember, contestant number 10. Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Time is yours.
All right, let's begin this. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am very glad today to be able to present my effort here at the Dies Natalis of the University of Jember. However, before we get into my presentation, let me introduce myself first. I am Abdillah Fahmi Nugraha from SMIN 1 Jember, and I will be presenting about a familiar traditional instrument, that is the angklung. Now, the angklung is not only just a simple musical instrument, it's also a pillar of the culture that is Indonesian. And not only in Indonesia, but it's also registered as a UNESCO Intangible World Heritage on the 18th of November 2010. However, let's not get ahead of ourselves too much here. So let's begin with the invention and discovery of the angklung in Indonesia. So first off, the angklung, while its origins are debated, we do know for sure that the angklung was created sometime around the late Neolithic area of Indonesia. Whereas the first recorded instance of the angklung in history came from the kingdom of Sunda back in the ancient era of the Hindu-Buddhist kingdoms. Now, from that era, we do know about the angklung's general structure, which is a simple wooden frame with bamboo shoots attached on it. So, moving on, the way to play it is actually quite simple. All you have to do is shake the frame in order to play it, in which the bamboo shoots create a rather resonant rattling noise. However, during the time, the angklung was not only known in just Sunda, of course, but was also known to other cultures across Indonesia, most notably in Java, encompassing West Java, Central Java, and East Java, South Sumatra, and South Kalimantan. Next up on the list is how the angklung was used back then. So, angklung is typically used to accompany usually religious ceremonial procedures, such as the honoring of the goddess Sri Dewi during the ancient Hindu-Buddhist eras. So, it was used in an ensemble, essentially a group of similar players playing a group of instruments, and then was used to ensure a bountiful harvest of rice during the harvesting season. Angklung was also used to accompany prayers and call for music in battle, in which several kingdoms used it to accompany their warriors to give them motivation. Next up is the general structuring across regions, where the angklung is actually different compared to, let's say, the original Sunda. Here, we have the East Javan angklung route, and which you can see, it's much less portable, much bigger, much more bombastic compared to the more handheld Sundanese version. This is because the angklung reog was used to accompany the well-known traditional reog dance, which is, as you know, quite loud, quite bombastic, which required a similarly loud and bombastic accompanying tune to go along with it well. Next is not from that, but the way the angklung is preserved across history, and it's due to its structure differently. It does face challenges today, most notably with the angklung facing challenges in preservation and continuation, mostly due to the influence of foreign cultures entering Indonesia. This is quite disappointing actually for me, because the angklung is a symbol of Indonesia. It's a symbol of our identity. And for example, if you look at, let's say, the youth today, if you ask them about the angklung, they will simply respond, oh, it's that traditional musical instrument with bamboo on it. However, this is extremely displaced by the prevalence of modern instruments anywhere else. Ask them about the guitar, the drums, anything else in particular, and they will respond with quite the profound detail. However, continuing on from that, there are many ways we can preserve, we can consider, we can keep continuing the legacy of our ancestors from the angklung. One of which is a major conservation centers located across Indonesia. First off, one of the largest being the Sangklung Angklung Ujo, created and established in 1966 by Ujo Ngalagena in 1967 in West Java. Other forms of preservation also exist in East Java, like the Angklung Paglak, located in Banyuwangi, which is a traditional form of ensemble with the angklung, whereas in traditional angklung, it's typically held by the hand and used as a simple stand. But for the Paglak, it's different. It's a sort of frame where you slot multiple angklungs in together and shake them around like you're playing a xylophone. However, it's not only that. We can also preserve the angklung together using playing it. However, the more musically inclined among you might consider yourself, why does the angklung have so little tubes compared to the notes it has? That's because the angklung, at least most of the traditional versions, actually use the slendro system, or the slendro pentatonic scale, which is the Sundanese Damaditala scale. So, in essence, compared to the usual diatonic scale which we're familiar with, the 1 to 7 do re mi, the slendro or Damaditala scale actually only has 5 notes in which to denote the notes used by the angklung player. This is typically accompanied with gamelan plays. And beyond that, I just wanted to say that we as Indonesians should be able to preserve and keep around the culture that we have already, not only simply depending on and grabbing on from other cultures, but we should be able to preserve and hold the cultures we have on our own rather than just having to grab onto anyone else. So I would like to plead here, like, if we were to preserve, we were to keep it, we were to slot it in as our national identity, we as Indonesians playing the angklung, we as Indonesians playing our own culture. And I think it's only fair that since our ancestors maintained these wonderful instruments across millennia, 1,000 years, can you imagine that? And we kept it around. It's only fair that we just continue to keep it around as well as we as Indonesians continuing our legacy. And so, I think that should mark the end of my presentation about the angklung today. I heavily apologize for any mistakes in wording or the script, and with that, I say, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And now we enter the Q&A session. Are there any questions by the judges? Yes.
Right. Okay. You mentioned that this instrument
Yes.
is facing challenges due to foreign cultures.
Yes, yes.
Right. Okay. So, in your point of view, are there any ways we can integrate these musical instruments into the more modern culture?
Right. In terms of that, the first thing most more reformists do is actually transfer the angklung from the ancient slendro scale to the more familiar diatonic scale to ease in transferability from, let's say, other music players. And also, I think that a way to preserve it, or at least help preserve it, is to integrate the idea of the angklung in more than just simply material. Let's just say we were to actually start practicing it, to play it, to integrate it with our lives more, especially within the education system. Because I'm sure most of you would know that most of the ways that we like to show off the culture in the education system is simply a line on a book with a picture on it. And so I want to sort of like rectify, to modify it in order to, let's just say, we bring in the actual object itself, we show it, we practice it, and so we entice the youth, we entice the people of today to actually try it. Since angklung is actually kind of special, considering its reverb, more profound effect compared to a simple like air or string instrument. It's created with the waves of the angklung itself, right? The bamboo shoots, correct? So it creates more of a resonance effect compared to other instruments. And I think if we were to simply integrate it better, integrate that more than simply just material, I think it would go a long way into interesting the youth, to make the youth interested in preserving our culture like that. I think that answers your question very well. All right. Are there any others? All right. All right, thank you for the opportunity. Goodbye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the last performance from contestant number 10, Abdillah Fahmi Nugra from SMA 1 Jember. Okay, by the last of the performance, that's the end of our final session for today. And yeah, now for the next one, so let's take a break. And yeah, well, for isoma, yeah, for istirahat, solat, and makan, yeah, for your lunch. And to also to let the juries have a little conference on deciding who is going to be the best. Okay, so we really do not know how the juries will decide. It seems that it's going to be very difficult for them to decide who will be the best. Thank you. Now let's take a break for some while, yeah, maybe around until 1 o'clock. Is that okay? The jury is okay ya, 1 o'clock. Ya, jam 1 cukup ya. Jadi Bapak Ibu dan para pendamping, para kontestan semuanya, Timon itu tidak meninggalkan tempat dulu ya, karena kita masih ada satu lagi sesi yang ditunggu-tunggu ya, sampai nanti terakhir sampai pada penutupan ya. Semoga nanti dari tempat ini lahir para generasi produktif, generasi global, generasi yang punya wawasan yang sangat baik di masa depan ya, dan kami berharap itu semuanya lahir dari sini semuanya. Terima kasih. Kita break dulu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. ya, karena di kalangan kami Dewan Juri juga terjadi perdebatan yang begitu sengit ya. Kenapa? Karena semua peserta tampil bagus, tampil memukau sampai belum ketemu. Oke, kita aplaus dulu. Sampai celah-celah kecil itu beliau-beliau itu sulit menentukan ya. Tapi bagaimanapun kami harus memilih 1, 2, 3 di antara 10 kontestan itu. Jadi sekali lagi kalau ada yang mungkin tidak masuk 1, 2, 3 itu bukan berarti kalian semua tidak baik, tidak. Kalian sudah jadi juara tadi ya, kata Pak Prof ya. Applause for you all. You have been the champions ya. So don't worry. Okay, no matter how set the level of your achievement here, even though you are not included in champion 1, champion 2, champion 3, fine. Ya, you are all the best ya. Baik, jadi sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat untuk semuanya. Kalian sudah the best ya. Sudah jauh-jauh mau sejak awal berproses dengan lomba ini, mulai dari proses tahap semifinal, membuat video, tampilan yang terbaik, sampai akhirnya datang ke sini dan tibalah saatnya kita harus menentukan 1, 2, 3 ya, 3 terbaik di antara 10 ini ya. Dan betapapun mungkin ada yang tidak masuk itu, janganlah berputus asa untuk berkarya ya, produktif dan seterusnya, karena begitu banyak peluang di sana ya untuk menampilkan karya-karya kalian. Tidak penting juara berapa kalian, tapi yang penting proses itulah, kata Prof. Hairus tadi ya. Proses itu yang sangat penting, yang akan sangat mendukung kita untuk masa depan kita. Baik, sebelum diumumkan juara beberapanya, kami berikan kesempatan terlebih dahulu kepada Bapak Ibu juri untuk menyampaikan komentar atau feedbacknya ya, timbal baliknya terhadap semua penampilan peserta ini ya, dan juga sebagai bagian dari upaya untuk improvement, untuk peningkatan diri kita. Siapa tahu nanti ada yang masih punya kesempatan bisa ikut tahun depan, bisa jadi bahan improvement nanti ya. Baik, kepada Pak Ibu juri semua atau mewakili? Yang mewakili monggo silakan. Don't worry. Boleh semua, boleh satu. Oke. Semua ganti. Mewakili. Berdiri di depan, Bu. Oke. Thank you Ibu Dewianti ya. Bapak Ibu semuanya, mari kita dengarkan what the jury says about your performance ya. Jadi Ibu Dewianti mewakili ya? Apa masih ada lagi nanti? Pak David, Pak Ganes? Ya, oke, baik, nggak apa-apa ya, walaupun sedikit atau apa, mungkin Bapak Ibu, Bapak Dewan Juri yang lain bisa menyampaikan. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, Ibu Dewianti, time is yours.
Thank you Pak Fadil. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, Bapak Ibu, it's definitely for me personally, and I do not think it's just my personal feeling, but I think I share this feeling with all the other judges here. First, I'd like to say that I feel very honored, and it was a great pleasure. It's definitely a great pleasure to see 10 top talents after a very rigid, very laborious time that we had to select the finalists till eventually we saw the real performance, your live performance just now. It was really both an honor and also a great pleasure for me and for us, I guess. And I'd also like to extend first, congratulations to the finalists, and also I'd also like to extend my greatest appreciation to the parents and also the teachers and friends and whoever are here that have already contributed to the performance here. I do not think it's a one-man show. I think behind this is the support, behind this great talents are actually the support of all the teachers, parents, and everyone. So congratulations and thank you very much for participating. As one of the judge, yes, true. Pak Fadil has said earlier that these contents aspire to find, those potential youth and to shape great future generation for our great future. So if this is the future that I'm going to be seeing, that I'm foreseeing, then I do not have worries whatsoever because you're all doing really great. As for the judgment, I think it's also important for us to understand that this is not just a speech competition. This is not just a presentation competition. So what we saw and what we were looking for is actually those people who had the agility. Because in this cultural showcase contests, we need to see contestants or participants who can actually be this academia as to present great content. But that's not enough. We're also looking for the storyteller because she's telling the story or narrating what's actually the story behind its cultural sites or the historical side. And it's also important that we need to find someone who is also a performer because it's a showcase after all. So everyone was doing really great. But we're trying to find those contestants with those agility, who could tick the boxes, not just to present, but to tell us the story and also to perform for us because this is a showcase after all. So if you're asking us what were the foundations of our scoring system or evaluations, we made sure that we tried to abide to those things. And everyone was doing wonderful. So I wish you the very best for your future endeavor, academically. Congratulations, and I hope we will see you again in this platform next year. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, selamat siang adik-adik semua, semoga tetap semangat selalu dan juga semangat selalu untuk Bapak Ibu pendamping dan juga kakak pendamping dari setiap sekolah. Mewakili apa yang sudah kami diskusikan dan apa yang sudah kami nilai, tentu memang tidak mudah bagi kami bertiga untuk menentukan who will be the best in this competition because as Ibu Dewi said, the competition is really tough, and the difference between one participant and another is really small, okay? And another thing that we want to highlight is that everybody is unique, okay? Right, jadi seperti yang kita lihat sama-sama, di rubrik penilaian tersebut ada banyak sekali points yang perlu kita pertimbangkan, not only about the language, not only about the pronunciation, grammar, but also content and also the way we perform. Dan satu partisipan maybe is very excellent in one dimension, and while another participant is performing very well in other dimensions as well. So everybody, in our point of view, is just the champion, right? Because you have tried to, come out of your comfort zone, right? Kan tidak mudah sebetulnya. Kita mencoba hal baru, cultural showcase, in my point of view, is very new, right? Usually we have like speech competition, debate, and also we have news reading contest. But the cultural showcase is a whole new different point, different level, okay? Jadi ketika adik-adik mau mencoba sesuatu yang baru, you try to push yourself beyond your limit, beyond your boundary. Well, I think that's going to be very good. Okay, very true, very true. Thank you. Right, so and anyway, merujuk ke rubrik yang sudah kita gunakan dan sudah kita pahami bersama, we just want to clarify, right, that the final decision is not final anyway, okay? Jadi ketika adik-adik menang di sini, mendapatkan juara 1, 2, 3, atau bahkan 5 atau sekian, it doesn't really matter anyway. What matters most is that you keep trying, you keep learning, you keep developing yourself, your potential. I think that's going to be a lifetime achievement. Karena bisa jadi mungkin adik-adik belum juara dalam kompetisi ini, tapi kamu akan juara di, different competition, different, platforms, different events. We never know, right? So there are many ways, in which you can try to prove yourself and improve yourself. Okay. One point is in terms of the assessment, in terms of the evaluation. Nanti insya Allah akan kita share gitu nilai-nilainya, dan dari situ mungkin bisa jadi sedikit bahan untuk setiap adik-adik, trying to reflect on your performance, kemudian juga mencari tahu di mana kira-kira adik-adik bisa, keep improving, okay? Jadi mungkin dari segi bahasa, say for example, pronunciation, some of you perform very well, to be honest. Kemudian yang lain mungkin in terms of content, in terms of reasoning, criticality, creativity, you're just, outstanding, okay? Jadi bisa dilihat di mana kira-kira nanti adik-adik bisa improve and evaluate, okay? Right. Jadi in the end, we just want to say thank you so much for doing your best and also showcasing and performing what is valuable from you and also from your region, from your hometown. Okay. So that's all then. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. I think I'm going to be the last speaker for this, but there will be more following to go before we're coming down to the announcement for a whole, competitions, a wrap up and everything. I just want to tell you that I do really thank you for traveling to this distance. To travel to this place is a very tough way. It's a long journey and everything, especially from some of you coming from another cities. And we've been doing a great deal from the very first time you upload the videos and then you present yourself as a very cultured person, and that you are well-mannered and you want to deliver this and expose Indonesian culture to the broader, audience and everything. I do really thank you that we know that in the future we could possibly pass the cultural heritage to the young generations today that has been performing in UPA Bahasa. This is the first contest initiated by Prof. Hairus, and I hope there will be a long agenda. There will be more programs like this because we need these young generations to be performing in the international level, and this is a good one. And yes, as like what has been said, as like what has been said by Bu Dewiyanti, it was long quarreling and then struggling, and we've been discussing a lot about who's going to be the first and the second and everything. But I know the competition is sometimes not always about winning the game, but winning yourself, that you actually compete with other person. You see that there are also another person competing for the better version of yourself, that you also growing. The time that you are growing yourself, that you are championing your old versions and you transform into a beautiful person in the future. That's what I expect the most. I myself, when I was at your age, I didn't do much, but today I envy you because you got a lot of supporting system, mothers, fathers, family, and then teachers coming down to this very place to support you, to see you that you are actually making the better version of yourself. So thank you so much. I do thank you for UPA Bahasa, Prof. Hairus and Pak Fadil, and also all the great contestants. And big applause to you all. Thank you so much.
Baik, so thank you very much for the comments from the jury, for the feedbacks. Yeah, so hopefully these feedbacks can be some of our helpful improvement for you. Ya, jadi sekali lagi you are all the best. Ya, okay, now apa? Ya, tadi acaranya mestinya pengumuman dulu baru penutupan. Nah, cuma officially nanti akan kita balik. Jadi pengumuman akan ditaruh di belakang. Setelah ini Prof. Hairus selaku Kepala UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember akan menyampaikan sambutan sekaligus penutupan. Tapi penutupan secara teknisnya nanti saya yang akan menutup. Ya, baik. Jadi biar tidak ada yang pulang duluan, nanti umumkan pulang Pak Hairus nggak ada audiennya nanti di sini. Baik, untuk selanjutnya akan sampaikan sambutan sepatah dua patah dalam rangka menutup acara kita pada sore hari ini kepada Profesor Dr. Hairus Salikin, MID. Waktu dan tempat kami serahkan sepenuhnya. Agak naik Prof, on the stage Prof.
Sudah di bawah, enggak apa-apa.
Biar full Prof.
Ini kayak stand up comedy nanti ya. Baik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon maaf, anak-anakku, para peserta yang 10, dan para pendamping, ibu guru, kakak-kakak, the judges yang luar biasa istimewa, yang tadi baru bertengkar beberapa waktu yang lalu Pak, bertengkar di bawah ya, saya ngintip saja ya, untuk menentukan yang terbaik di antara yang terbaik. Saya tetap yakin bahwa Ananda yang tadi tampil, semuanya adalah juara. Semuanya adalah juara. Aplaus untuk mereka. Namun demikian, karena sistem harus disebutkan siapa yang 1, siapa yang 2, siapa yang 3, maka dengan susah payah the judges ini work very very hard ya, sangat sulit menentukan, karena Ananda semua yang di sini 10 semuanya adalah juara. Selamat untuk jenengan semua. Ada satu yang perlu diketahui, bahwa dalam kompetisi, dalam perlandingan dan dalam perlombaan, satu yang harus diyakini. Saya atlet Pak, saya atlet, saya perenang, saya pemain bulu tangkis, bukan kaleng-kaleng, pemain sungguhan ya. Kalau dilihat indahlah mainnya, dan saya sekolah bulu tangkis. Saya selalu yakinkan di sekolah bulu tangkis dulu oleh pelatih dari Bandung, ia selalu mengatakan, jangan pernah masuk lapangan ingin cari kemenangan, jangan pernah. Masuklah ke lapangan dengan satu niat, ingin bermain yang baik. Sama dengan Ananda masuk ke sini, jangan pernah berangan-angan untuk jadi pemenang, tapi masuklah ke tempat perjuangan ini dengan menampilkan versi terbaik dari anak-anak sekalian. Oleh karena itu, saya ucapkan selamat untuk semuanya yang 10, dan terus terang sebenarnya yang akan saya minta, barusan saya WA ke beliau, Pak Selamin, untuk menutupnya, tetapi karena beliau sudah sedang rapat persiapan wisuda, beliau meminta kepada kami untuk menutupnya. Sekali lagi terima kasih atas partisipasi panjenengan semua. Jauh, kalau pesertanya sih dari Aceh sampai Papua pesertanya. Nah, tapi enggak tahu kok yang terjaring Jawa Timur. Jangan-jangan orang Jawa Timur bahasa Inggrisnya memang bagus-bagus ya. Jangan-jangan ya. Oleh Jawa Timur semua yang ada, Jawa Tengah ya? Ada. Oh, enggak. Yang 10 enggak masuk ya. Jawa Timur semua. Untuk itu ini betul-betul nasional, dan ini adalah event pertama dan sifat nasionalnya juga pertama. Saya bertanya ke UPA seluruh Indonesia, belum pernah ada yang mengadakan cultural showcase contest. Yang ini jadi pertama, dan kami akan coba untuk setiap tahun. Kami tahu tidak semudah yang speech contest tahun kemarin yang ini ya, tidak mudah. Apalagi membawa cultural showcase. Sekali lagi terima kasih, dan sekaligus UPA Bahasa meminta maaf atas kekurangan, atas pelayanan, atas segalanya yang kurang. Saya yakin kami lebih banyak kekurangan daripada kelebihan. Apalagi layanan kami di saat wabah Mbak efisiensi ini. Karena itu mohon maaf betul, termasuk ke judge, saya mohon maaf sekali. Mungkin the judges akan mengatakan, loh kok tidak kayak tahun kemarin. Tadi ada wabah efisiensi di Indonesia, dan melanda pendidikan, departemen pendidikan yang cukup serius. Oleh karena itu, selamat anak-anakku, tetaplah berjuang. Setiap kali pertandingan, setiap kali perlombaan, ingat, jangan bayangkan kemenangan, tetapi selalu berusaha untuk tampilkan versi terbaik dari kalian semua. Mudah-mudahan ada manfaatnya, dan selamat untuk semua. The judges, thanks a lot for your hard working. You quarreled just now, you debated just now, and thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Professor Dr. Hairus Salikin, MED, the head of UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember. Now, apa ya? Tibalah saatnya yang kita tunggu-tunggu bersama. Ya, mudah-mudahan ini bisa menjadi berkah bagi kita semuanya. Baik, ini sudah ditandai secara resmi oleh beliau, oleh Profesor Hairus. Saya bacakan yang lengkap ya. Apa langsung pada intinya? Lengkap ya, lengkap. Ini beliau menuang juara ini kita tuangkan dalam bentuk surat resmi namanya pengumuman nomor 199 garing UN 25.5.3 garing TU garing 2025. Juara utama lomba presentasi budaya dalam bahasa Inggris tingkat nasional atau National English Cultural Showcase Contest bagi pelajar SMA, SMK, MA dan yang sederajat tahun 2025. Berdasarkan penilaian yang dilakukan oleh Dewan Juri terhadap penampilan peserta pada final lomba presentasi budaya dalam bahasa Inggris tingkat nasional National English Cultural Showcase Contest 2025, peserta yang berhasil menjadi juara utama dalam lomba ini adalah sebagai berikut. Saya mulai dari yang ketiga ya, atau yang pertama langsung. Yang ketiga, masuk juara utama ketiga dengan nilai 2.408 atas nama Abigail Artanteona Calistin dari SMA Negeri 2 Jember. Kemudian juara utama yang kedua dengan nilai 2.590 atas nama Ayuka Maheswari Sarwana dari SMAN 1 Gedung Waru Tulungagung. Dan juara satu dengan nilai 2.634 atas nama Abdillah Fahmi Nugraha dari SMA Negeri 1 Jember. Untuk penyerahan penghargaan berupa piagam, trofi dan uang pembinaan, juara utama 1, 2 dan 3 diundang untuk hadir pada malam puncak Disnatalis Universitas Jember ke-61 yang dilaksanakan secara luring atau offline pada hari tanggal Jumat 5 Desember 2025. Waktu pukul 19.00 waktu Indonesia Barat sampai dengan selesai. Tempat di Gedung Auditorium Universitas Jember. Jadi sebelah pintu gerbang masuk ya. Demikian pengumuman ini untuk ditindaklanjuti dan dilaksanakan sebagai mestinya. Demikian pengumuman yang telah kami sampaikan. Sekali lagi selamat kepada semuanya. Yang juara 1 sampai 10 ya semuanya kami sampaikan selamat. Dan juara 1, 2, 3 kami juga sampaikan selamat. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa menjadi pelecut bagi semua untuk berbuat yang lebih baik lagi. Kepada para juara apa peserta semua? Kepada para juara 1, 2, 3 kami persilakan untuk maju ke panggung ya. Tapi sayangnya belum penyerahan hadiah ya. Oke, silakan. Untuk memperkenalkan siapa yang namanya juara 1, 2, 3 ini, silakan di tengah. Kita ambil foto. Nah, bentar lagi juga akan berfoto bersama 10 peserta ya. Monggo Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri, Bapak Kepala Hairus, Bapak Kepala UPA Bahasa. Sorry. Oke, silakan. Oke, on the stage. Oke, juara 1, juara 2, juara 3. Ya. Bapak Ibu, para pendamping dan para kuesioner semuanya, inilah juara 1, 2, 3 pada final lomba presentasi budaya dalam bahasa Inggris ini atau National English Cultural Showcase Contest. Telah berada di depan kita, juara 1 dari samping dari sebelah kiri yaitu Mas Abigail Fahmi Nugraha, kemudian Mbak Ayuka Abdillah ya. Oh, hampir sama. Abdillah Fahmi Nugraha. Sorry. Kemudian yang kedua yang di tengah Mbak Ayuka Maheswari Sarwana dan yang ketiga Abigail Artanteona Calistin. Oke, silakan diambil foto. Prof, monggo mendampingi. Akan masuk juga para dewan juri. Setelah ini para peserta semuanya. Yang mau ngambil foto dipersilakan untuk kenang-kenangan kita. Dan ini akan kita tampilkan di Instagram. Terus untuk juara 1, 2, 3 mohon untuk tidak beranjak dulu karena bentar lagi akan ditangkap oleh Mbak Agnes ya, tukang nangkap Mbak Agnes. Sudah, silakan sekarang kepada semua peserta kita berfoto bersama ya. Ya tetap, monggo. Kepada semuanya, monggo semuanya. Jadi ini bagian dari kebersamaan kita, yang penting adalah sportivitas, kemudian kebersamaan, dan tentunya solidaritas kita. Monggo di atas di stage. Kelihatan kameramen? Kelihatan wajah semuanya? Baik, silakan. Enggak kurang ke sana? Enggak kurang ke sana? Ya, agak ke sana itu. Mbak, agak ke sana. Udah, terus ya biar semuanya tampil di tengah. Senternya sudah diperhitungkan? Geser lagi ke kiri, terus. Oke, sebut sudah. Baik, terima kasih kepada para peserta, para dewan. Kasih selamat dulu. Kepada para peserta, sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat atas keberhasilannya masuk pada final ini, dan jangan lupa kita tetap menyelenggarakan ini setiap tahun insya Allah ya. Jadi silakan disampaikan kepada adik-adik kelas atau bahkan mungkin diri sendiri yang mungkin bertekad ikut lagi tahun depan. Kami akan selenggarakan insya Allah serangkaian dengan Disnatalis Universitas Jember yang diselenggarakan setiap tahun. Baik. Tiba saatnya kita pada puncak acara kita ya, dengan mengucapkan syukur alhamdulillah acara Grand Final the National English Cultural Showcase Contest ini telah berjalan dengan baik, dengan lancar, dan telah menghasilkan yang terbaik juga tentunya. Ya, mudah-mudahan ini semuanya bisa kami berikan sebagai bagian dari sumbangsi kami dalam rangka pembangunan generasi muda yang berkualitas, yang terbaik, yang futuristik ya, yang tentunya bersifat global karena menggunakan bahasa global juga ya. Dan kepada adik semuanya, jangan putus asa untuk berkarya terus ya. Apapun posisi kita, the most important is that the process ya, proses yang dimana akan menjadikan kita yang lebih baik lagi dari proses-proses sebelumnya. Terima kasih atas nama panitia, atas nama UPA Bahasa Universitas Jember dan juga pimpinan Universitas Jember. Kami ucapkan terima kasih atas segala partisipasi dari para kontestan dan juga kesabaran dari Bapak Ibu pendamping, Bapak Ibu guru ya, atas terselenggaranya lomba ini. Dan mohon maaf apabila satu hal yang kurang pelayanan kami, mohon untuk dimaafkan dan dilupakan. Dan karena kalau tidak dilupakan nanti enggak mau datang ke sini lagi ya. Semoga tidak sampai masuk dalam hati. Baik, kita dengan alhamdulillah alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, acara ini kami tutup dengan salam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.